as we continue our adventures with Deep Space 17, Commander Arif is currently meeting with the Kulathian Ambassador at his new chambers on Niwa 3. Vogel is coming face to face with the ones that took her sister well over a year ago. And Garibaldi makes his return back to Deep Space 17 with questions still left unanswered. All the while, the doctor is enjoying probably noodles somewhere on the station. And with that, we will start the scene off with Commander Arif on the surface of the planet.
All right.
Not as the ambassador is escorting through the grandos of what seems to be a marvelous stone mansion built practically overnight by Kulathian engineers on Niwa 3. And as the ambassador is giving you the grand tour before your morning breakfast,
Excellent.
as you can see here, Commander, this statue comes from Altaris 7, sculpted
This
from the granite and transported here almost immediately. Paid quite a bit of fortune for that.
this I have to say, Ambassador, while I'm impressed with the statue, I'm, to be honest, much more impressed by the manor itself and the time with which you had to create it. I have to ask, is this holographic module in any way, or
Ah, the pride and jewel of Kulathian fabrication technology. Using
Ambassador? I'm sorry.
a bit of similar to your replicators of mass engineering scale.
That's pretty amazing, Ambassador. Quite frankly, I might be devoted to the peace treaty a little bit more now, just for the sheer fact that, well, quite frankly, I would like the Kuathians around when I need my retirement home.
If you want something like that, you'll have to marry a Kulathian princess. Come, let's proceed to the dining hall. Still have more to show you, Commander. As he grins and smiles his way, boasting about his luxurious mansion. Uh,
Um,
FYI, the manor is kind of similar to, I'm almost say like ancient Mediterranean. Well, not Mediterranean style, but sort of that like white marble, almost stone looking texture. Each brick is tightly packed in together. Uh, the only way you get through is sort of molecular physics in terms for getting that sort of molecular bond between the stones.
oh, Arif is loving it. It's a design style that he doesn't have to pretend to enjoy, and uh, well, quite frankly, the white stone probably makes the entire thing look bigger. Um, Ambassador, uh, if I may, this um, I I shudder to say this, but um, I know on both New and Earth and well, this planet itself, we've been struggling with everything to get everything built and correct. Is there any sort of perhaps trade or a favor we can work out to um perhaps if we got you materials, you could, well, use this dedication and beauty to fabricate perhaps something a little bit more modest, but for our own colony.
That might take some doing.
Excellent.
Kulathian fabrication technology is a closely regarded secret, Commander.
Oh, you misunderstand me, Ambassador. I don't want the tech. I just want the outcome. And I'm gonna kind of hold my hands out, gesturing at the place.
Sorry, coughing fit. But of course, Commander, come, let me indulge you on some Kulathian cuisines that was recently delivered.
I'm gonna say with a chuckle, uh, as long as it's not a noodle dish, I am looking forward to it. I've had quite a few of those in the last little bit.
Oh, eggs from Sigma's 4, fine crafted artisan bread from the home world in desolate. It's similar to an earth pig. I believe it's called ham.
Oh, you spoil me, Ambassador. I'm gonna have to break out the fine china next time we're on 17.
This is a glorious occasion, Commander. It's not every day I get to show off such a grand below to outsiders.
Ambassador, and I'm gonna kind of exaggeratedly look around. I now that I've seen it once, I can only hope that you get to show it off for me in the future.
Rightfully so. And as the two of you make small talk and you sit down and start, and you see this, like, it's a fairly large dining table, but the one side is like to where the ambassador and you are sit really close together, and most of the food is sit there, but it's made to maybe hold like probably 50 people inside this grand, dining hall to entertain like a lot of guests.
Hmm.
And on there is an animal you haven't seen before, but nicely roasted, smells delicious. With various fruits, and assortment of other foods. As
Oh,
he takes a seat and goes, "Help yourself, Commander."
absolutely. Or people say bypassing the chair momentarily and heading straight for the table. And after he grabs a plate, he's gonna look back and say, "Can I get you anything?"
Oh, sorry, you mistake what I presented. Like the food's on the table already where you're sitting at. Like,
Oh, okay, my fault. I thought it
yeah,
was like a buffet.
no, it's not like a buffet. Like it's a really big table designed to hold like 50 people, but all the
We're
food
just
is
using.
you're using the small portion at one end.
Oh, then I'm gonna sit down and, well, start serving myself a little bit of everything, and kind of excitedly say, this does look wonderful, Ambassador, and I'm quite sure it'll taste amazing, and I'm definitely glad that we can have this opportunity without a lot of the pomp and bureaucracy on our shoulders to, well, basically figure out what each other wants.
Uh, it's always best to oh, make idle conversation with potential would-be allies and friends and, well, people you typically don't know to hopefully one day become friends. It's always best to split bread, I think is the human term. Is that right?
Arif will just shrug.
I'm trying to, with Federation culture, it seems that the Earthlings' culture has quite impact on the rest of the Federation, from what I can tell.
Yeah, Arif will say, it does seem to have its own massive weight to the ideology of the Federation itself. Uh, and, well, quite frankly, humans themselves have managed to proliferate their species quite quite well throughout the galaxy.
And I'm assuming some cultures see that as a threat at times. But I must say, they are quite an intriguing species.
Well, I agree. It's and to use, well, a little bit more earth slang, I suppose. Um, while it's certainly true and it's a fair point that their numbers and their outcroppings can certainly be seen as, um, well, exactly what you said, threatening. I, at least in my view of things, having seen them, well, quite frankly, rise from steam engines to uh, what you see today, I have come to think of them less like locusts, and, well, quite frankly, I don't have a good comparison for what they actually are, but I think that threatening is would be an outlier, in my opinion.
Indeed. Too bad your first officer isn't here to enjoy on this humble occasion and to speak her mind on behalf of her own people.
Um, that's certainly true, Ambassador. Believe me, Commander Vogel will certainly be here more often than not. But, well, I thought at least for our initial couple gatherings, best for it to be private between you and I. If for no other reason than perhaps um we can avoid any potential cultural screw ups in front of witnesses.
Of course. You must try the eggs. They're quite delicious.
I will, as he says that, I'll say, quite frankly, you got me distracted by the meat, but I will spear my eggs and I will, I will gobble them down.
And as the two of you are making, continue making small talk and enjoying the food, which is very tasty. Just to inform you, Commander, I will no longer be needing quarters on the station. Plan on having my residency here permanently, though we will maintain official diplomatic accommodations on board the station for official business only.
Of course. However, I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna keep a set of quarters set aside for you, just in case, even if you might not need it. Well, they'll act as your quarters. So, should, for example, the major have to camp out at the station for whatever reason, they'll be available. It's a big station, Ambassador, and well, quite frankly, it's worth keeping the room on ice for.
Uh, well, very well. And as you continue on, the major uh, joins into the room, his attaché. Major, please have a seat and join us. And she stops next to him and starts whispering into his ear. And a few moments
Uh,
later, she kind of stands at attention nearby, and he puts his silverware down and looks at his plate. Apologies, Commander, but I'm going to have to ask you to depart.
um, of course, if I may, just before I leave, I'll say standing up is, did I do something wrong?
No, not at all. Please help yourself. Take some of the food with you to go. It's far too much for myself and my colleagues to eat up.
Absolutely, Ambassador. And if there's anything I can assist with, I'm a phone call away.
You're far too kind, Commander.
I'll make sure to beam down the plate, Arif says as he starts piling the food onto it to take with him.
Uh, Not at all.
And I will do as he wishes and depart and maybe uh actually yeah, I'll depart and holding the plate of food, I will call up the station and ask to be beamed directly to ops. Uh, Duty officer.
Uh, Anyone is feel free to play any of the supporting characters that are in the screen.
Yes, Commander.
Um, I'm gonna hand her the plate and say, if you could please, could you have someone run this down to sick bay when Dr. Mountain gets a chance, or if he's indisposed, could you have one of the nurses just give it a once over, make sure there's nothing funny in it, and could you direct our passive sensors over the um the beautiful brand new compound that has just cropped up on our planet. And if it's possible, I don't want you to try to tap into them, but
Um,
if it's possible, yep.
Clarify, it didn't prop up overnight, but it did take them about a week to build the whole compound and everything. But it
Oh,
was really
okay.
quick, really quick. Something that would take like months to do. They built it like within a week.
All right. In which case, the compound, our planet's newest compound, uh, and just see if, you can just notice if they're sending out an increased number of communications. Once again, don't tap into it. don't do anything that could possibly get you seen or caught, but I'm just a little curious.
Understood, sir. Dr. Mountain is off today, but I'll have medical look into the plate issue. And as for the sensor sweeps, our current sensor sweeps have not detected anything out of the ordinary, but we'll keep looking, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you. And if you or anyone else needs me, I'll be in my office.
Understood, sir.
Arif will head into his office.
Burke needs, or whoever NPC is doing, or well, supporting characters doing the role, to sort of look into the communications, control plus engineering, assisted by the station's communications plus engineering, difficulty 2.
This will count as an activation, wouldn't it?
It would.
I'm going to give her communications then for a focus. What's the difficulty?
2. It's an advantage creation.
Take a threat.
Gain 2.
Oh, you said the station does something too, right?
Yeah, but Quinix rolled for it.
Okay. And we'll just send that off to Arif. I'll send it to him. Just a message, since he didn't want me to do anything too drastic.
She'll get a response, basically saying, excuse me, basically saying thank you. That's perfect. That's all I needed to know. If at all possible, keep an eye out. But once again, nothing that could possibly give away your position.
And she'll just keep up the scans.
And you're scanning the compound?
I guess for what it's worth, Arif didn't say it wonderfully. I'm seeing if it's possible to find out who he's or who they're talking to, but at the same time, I really don't want to get caught with my hand in the cookie jar.
That's all I'll give on that. Unless there's any other like momentum spends from that roll, I'm gonna fast forward time a little bit.
I am okay with that.
Um, About an hour or so passes by, and Burke, you get a hail from the Kulathian Ambassador's ship.
She'll say on screen and inform the commander that the Kulathian Ambassador is hailing. Or the ship, whichever one it is.
Arif will head out to the to ops.
And on screen appears the one of the Kulathian lieutenant that was bested by Fea. Or Faye, sorry. Yeah, Faye. Ugh. DS-17, this is the Kulathian Ambassador vessel, or Intar 1, requesting permission to depart Deep Space 17 for the time being.
Of course. Would you prefer to log a flight path or anything of that ilk in case there's an accident?
The ambassador is heading back to the homeworld. That is all you need to know.
Oh, I understand. Will the ambassador be available for a conversation before he gets out of range?
Unfortunately, he's tied up in matters of state.
Understood. Please wish him well for me.
I will pass your wishes on to him. And
Thank you.
he just closes the channel.
That Okay. Well, Arif's gonna turn to the officer and say, well, let's let's keep an eye on them for as long as we can, and then, well, I hope nothing happens to the ambassador. He was quite the man.
Understood, sir.
And after a few moments passes by, the Kulathian vessel departs the system and engages their unique gravitational drive.
Interesting. Lieutenant, just double check for me. They didn't abandon their facility, did they? There's still people within?
Yes, there are, sir.
Thank you. Well, I suppose I'll be in my office, Arif will say with a bit of a confused look on his face. And head to his office.
Vogel, as you head down to the planet service, Noxia, to the home of the Anuzek, aka the Dark Ones. As you come in towards the landing site, you notice two people a man and a woman standing nearby, waiting for you to land your runabout.
Is it already landed?
No, but I was giving you some for anything you wish to do.
No, I'm just going to land.
You take the runabout in and you land relatively close as you can see through the front sort of cockpit view uh, an elderly man. You've met him briefly before on your last visit when you're on board the Tenchi. And a woman who you swear you just met not that long ago. Not in the GM layer.
Yeah, I'll cautiously walk up to him.
Ah. The Henzek of Annika. We meet again. So, what does the Henzek bring or want with us? And says the elderly man.
I'm here on my own accord on behalf of a newly discovered species. I have reason to believe that my twin may be behind a recent theft of one of their possessions.
You are mistaken. It was merely a recovery operation.
What kind of recovery operation?
The Zek crystals are throughout this region of space. Most are come from one particular place and are often taken by thieves and sent elsewhere in the galaxy.
And you can prove that this is indeed one of yours?
Unfortunately, it is not. It is the mere appearance of one of ours.
If it's not one of yours, then why take it?
Curiosity? You do not travel the stars in search for wonders.
I do, but I don't go around stealing from every race we meet.
In the hands of those amphibians, it would have gone to waste. But unfortunately, the item you seek is not here, nor is your friend.
Do you know where it is?
And he sort of like waves his hand and appears sort of like almost like a holographic view screen. showing the inside of one of the vessels and Annika at the center chair. Unfortunately, your sister was taken. And he kind of motions to watch. And on the screen shows their vessel sort of sparks, a fire brewing, and aliens in mechanical suits appearing on board the ship and taking the crew hostage, including the crystal. That was the last recording.
Do you know where this took place at?
"20 light years from the location that your amphibian friends are from."
And you think they had something to do with this?
It's quite possible. Anything is possible. But if your friend is to become Anu, then she'll know what to do.
What does that mean?
Survival of the one must take precedent. If she's become Anu, then she must prove herself and get out in her own manner. We will not come and help her. It is not our way.
Are you referring to Annika or this crystal?
I am referring to Annika. After all, that's who you're more concerned about.
So you will not help one of your own kind if they're in trouble.
What do you know of ancient Greece, the Spartans?
Not much, I'm afraid.
See, the world that I come from, the weak have no place. If she's truly to become Anu and strong, then she must survive this challenge alone. Much
And how
like
many of the Anu must perish in this foolish need for strength?
to prove oneself is to but know thy enemy and to what is to come. She's strong, but if she must gain strength, and the only way to gain strength is through conflict and strife and suffering. much like the young Spartan warriors of old did.
You must at least know where she is. Just a direction is all I need.
And what will you gain with this knowledge, Henzek? You are but of a former essence of yourself.
If you say to gain true strength, one must prove themselves. Consider this me proving myself.
And are you strong-willed enough to travel through the belly of the beast and forsaking your friends to utter conflict?
If need be, I will be strong enough for the both of us.
Was not referring to Annika, but to your precious Starfleet and the Federation.
How does this concern them?
To where you would go would deem almost certain conflict. All for the sake of one? Quite foolish. And I do believe the Vulcans would agree with me on that.
Despite what she has done and who she has become, I will not leave her.
And then
Alone.
you go in alone, without aid from the Federation or your friends within Starfleet.
If I need to.
Foolish ideas from a norm.
You might be okay with abandoning your other self, your other half. I am not as foolish.
And you misunderstand my intentions. They're... They are not ready. And he starts walking away while the other one remains. He's a bit stubborn. I apologize. But he has a point.
And what would that be?
Where Annika is at would spell certain doom for you and potentially others. The general knows this quite well. He's still trying to protect all of us, despite everything we went through.
He has an odd way of trying to protect those if he just lets them suffer.
Well, his intellect gets the better of him sometimes. Come, walk with me. I'm sure I am a familiar face to you. I am Trelawney.
I believe she has spoken of you a number of times.
I'm sure, but she needs to learn to let go. My place is here.
How long has it been since you last spoken?
A 100 years ago. I attempted to give up my life to save her and, believe it or not, Annika. My sacrifice has led me to here. I will continue to protect my people.
There's one thing I've never understood. Why did you take Annika the way that you did?
She would not have found balance with the Zos anymore.
But what did they gain in return? As far as I'm concerned, you only took. They lost, you gained.
The Anu and Zos are of one. Ever in motion, ever chasing each other, and constantly out of balance. Her flow changed from Zos to Anu, which is why she can no longer be with the Zos.
Are you saying this naturally occurred? That you had nothing to do with the change?
She changed on her own free will.
But why?
That is something only she could answer.
Well, now you understand my reasoning for finding her.
Even if that means costing your life. And how would your friends feel back on Deep Space 17?
Where I come from, we have a saying. Blood is thicker than water.
I am aware of the term.
Annika, for all intents and purposes, is my blood, my family. I cannot, in good conscience, leave her behind. It's what anyone in my family would do.
She was taken by a Kulathian vessel. Not long after her procurement of the entity.
The Kulathians. Why would they do this?
Do not know. But General Satosis doesn't feel it should be a matter of concern to us.
If this is the prelude to a larger attack, it may very well become your concern. You don't even know why they attacked your species. He's just willing to call this as them being weak.
1 second. Sorry, the dog came flying into my room. We believe it has something to do with the entity that was taken. To be honest, it is better that the entity is not in the hands of the amphibians. Despite their claim on it. It would only bring destruction.
But is that better in the hands of the Kulathians? But it is better in the Kulathians' hands.
Trust in your sister.
You think she planned this?
No. But she is strong-willed, like you.
So what would you have me do? Just go back to Deep Space 17, hope for her return? If she even made it out of that alive?
I cannot answer that for you. The answers you seek are within.
Can I get a copy of that attack footage? And the soldiers?
She holds out her hand, and a data chip appears in it. Do with this information as you want.
And she'll kind of hold it up. Thank you for this.
But nothing good will come of it.
It all depends how I decide to play this.
Word of some advice for you. We once played gods. We will never do so again. Don't try to be one yourself. And she walks off.
And yeah, I think I'll just head back to the shuttle.
What next?
I think I'm going to get to orbit. And then let me think about my options here.
Control con difficulty of 1.
I'll use a momentum.
Engines con from the runabout.
Runabout Tahoe never lets me down.
2 gained. And yeah, navigational. Your navigational instruments as you take off are a little bit like wonky. It's having trouble detecting certain, geography where you're at, and yeah, the runabout eventually makes it into orbit.
And I guess the question is, do I know where Garibaldi went?
Does anybody really know where Garibaldi is?
No, but it's worth a shot.
He took his his private yacht out for a excursion.
Yeah. I'm going to guess I'm probably not in comms range of him, but I would like to send still get a message to him, even if it's a text-based one.
Okay.
Well, have R2 send it care of the old folks home.
Yeah, I'm just curious if it's possible, or if I need to roll anything for it.
I mean, you would send it to technically the station, and then eventually you'll get the message. But
Well, If I know where he's at, and if I have the transponder or whatever to his yacht, I'm going to send it directly there. That's why I'm asking.
I will give this to you. I'm going to ask the question: would your character have the foresight to get the transponder information without the knowledge of Garibaldi on his captured Orion vessel?
I would probably ask him for it in an official capacity. Now, if he gave that or not would be a different story.
Then this needs to be probably an advantage creation, so either 2 momentum, or you guys do an opposed roll, depending on whether or not Garibaldi was willing to give you said information.
I think we should probably roll just for more funsies' sake.
Okay, because I was going to say Garibaldi would have given you one of the transponder codes for it.
Oh, well then take the momentum then. The official transponder codes, not the super secret ones.
Well, the one the ship's registered on in Starfleet.
Yeah, I'll just send it to that one. And yeah, so basically the message would just read, Garibaldi, I kind of need your opinion on something I'm working on. Is there any possibility we can rendezvous?
I'm gonna have to write on the map, the big map, and I'm gonna point something out for you guys. Garibaldi's over this way. You're over this way, Vogel. You're on opposite sides. Technically, Garibaldi on his departure would have started going this way towards DS-17. You would have started going. Well, eventually you'd be going this way.
Is Garibaldi on his way back?
Yes, he departed at the end of the last session. So
Okay. Because I'm still thinking, like, even if it's just a small detour, like here or something. I'm not sure where he is in relation to me.
well, I am about to go to the next scene and have a little time jump about a few days where Garibaldi arrives at DS-17. But I can't,
So if you're already there when Garibaldi arrives, you can just meet him at the space dock.
You might beat me there?
I cannot say yes or no on that.
Because the other thing is, I'm also thinking of doing this not on the station. But if we have to do it on the station, we can.
For what it's worth, Garibaldi would respond once he was within comms range and got the message.
Sorry, I had someone talking in my ear. Can you repeat that if that was directed at me?
As if for whatever it's worth, Garibaldi would respond when he got the message. If he was in when he got the message and B was in comms.
You guys,
range.
I'm elected. If you guys want to talk this out through comms, Vogel, you guys are within range of subspace communication networks. It's just that depending on if you want to make this secure or not, there will be a role for it.
Well, I don't want to do this over subspace. So that's the thing.
Well, if you're wanting to set up a meet, then you could.
Yeah,
do
that's what
this
I'm
over
trying to
comms,
do. I'm
but-
trying to set up a meet, not on the station. Since we're both heading back, I just don't know where in the timeline we are relative to each other.
I'm sure it's the narratively appropriate time.
Technically, this is happening as Garibaldi's leaving the planet. The difference is Garibaldi's ship is actually faster than the runabout. So,
Yeah, so he could meet me whenever. So what I'm getting is that there's nothing stopping us from having a super secret space rendezvous. It's just a matter of saying we're going to do it.
and how?
And what?
And how?
Oh, right. I don't have transporters anymore.
Okay, Garibaldi does. Because remember, you caught him doing something a little inappropriate with his.
Oh, she doesn't know that. Yeah, it'd just be a thing of meeting in space, beaming over to one of the other ships.
There you go. Problem solved.
Okay, I'm going to count this as a scene change.
Bye-bye, momentum.
It's nice while you were there.
As Vogel beams aboard the ship, and there's a nosy Orion woman with him.
Hi, Vogel. Meet Sona. Sona, this is my boss.
Vogel just shake her head. I'm not going to ask you any questions about that. However, there is something I do need to speak with you about in private.
Sure. Sona, you mind giving us the room, if you don't mind?
Sure, but I'm really good at keeping secrets. But and she wanders somewhere on your ship.
Friend of yours?
That's a long story. So, what brings you to the middle of nowhere?
Yeah, I'm normally not trying to be this cryptic about my current situation, but this kind of involves my twin.
You're going to have to provide some context, Vogel.
Right, not everyone knows about it. Long story short, a few years ago, when I was aboard the Tereshkova,
Yes, Tereskova.
we encountered. Well, I encountered a species of crystal that merged with biological tissue and made a duplicate, so to speak. But has a unique personality. So, yeah, I basically have an identical twin out there somewhere.
Is one of you the evil twin Skippy?
I guess you couldn't say that now.
Okay.
Regardless, I think I might have located her. The issue, of course, is I believe she was attacked and taken prisoner by the Kulathians. And I'll hand him the data disk so that he can plug it in and look at it.
Garibaldi will take a look.
It's just a scene of some alien spacecraft. Someone who looks very much like Vogel. Firefight on the on the vessel, and all of them are captured. The assailants were wearing essentially giant armored suits, almost like Iron Man, I guess you could say. Black in appearance.
Is it similar to anything Garibaldi's seen or seen either personally or in a security brief?
I don't believe so.
Have you verified this recording, Vogel? No, that's not been altered in some way to mislead you?
There's so many unknowns to this, Garibaldi. That's why I'm here. This is definitely not my strong suit, information gathering. And I don't exactly trust the source either.
Well, life makes more sense when you don't trust anybody.
But if this is true, I can't just let her sit there, rotting in some prison cell somewhere or being experimented on.
Okay, why would, other than the evil twin Skippy hypothesis, why would the Calathians or anyone for that matter do one of those two things? Which one is more likely?
From what I understand from this source, it's what my twin had in her possession. Something that could potentially be powerful.
And this item, do they need her alive to access it?
I don't think so. It is another crystal. One that is not the same as Annika.
So the crystal she has won't start causing copies of people that possess it. Maybe.
That's the thing. Nobody knows what exactly it does. From what they told me, she was more or less getting it to study it. Curiosity and all that.
Well, I guess we can go about this one of two ways. You or I or both of us can go covert to the Kulathian home world. Or their compound near DS-17 and see what we can learn through less than regulation means. Or you can go to Commander Arif and see if he'll file a formal complaint with the Kulathian Ambassador now that we have somewhat normalized relationships with them.
If this is even the Kulathians. I mean, I've never seen this type of armor before.
Now, it's nothing I'm familiar with.
Then again, we're not really privy to their military specifications.
No, and perhaps it's time we do something about that.
Now you kind of understand why I'm here. If I need to go traipsing into the Kulathian space, I obviously can't do it in a Federation vessel.
No, certainly not with the treaty we just signed. But the Orions don't have any such treaty with the Kulathians. How do you think I'd look in green?
Either way, we need to confirm that this attack did in fact happen. I'm told it happened 20 light years from that planet, whatever planet it is. I don't recall the name offhand.
At a game, which one are you talking about? The one you just came back from, or the Planet of the Frogs?
Planet of the Frogs.
Oh, so this has something to do with that place I found you on, where you
Yes.
didn't actually need rescuing.
Yes, it was there after all. It was there after all where my identity was mistaken for my twins, which is causing all of this.
All right, Sarah. Well, it's your sister, so it's up to you. I just want to ask you one thing. How do you feel when I go running off behind your back to do my thing? And do you want to do that to a reef? You know, I usually don't have a problem doing that sort of thing, but you're not me. And considering who I work for, I kind of have at least half authorization to go up half cocked when I need to. You don't.
This is my sister we're talking about. I have killed for her before. It's not a story I tell most people. But in order to ensure her survival when she was very young, I killed beings for her.
Yeah, well, I understand. Someday I'll tell you how I got kicked out of Starfleet Intelligence the first time.
I just don't know what to do about this situation. I know our relationship with the Kulathians are very tentative at the moment. But this is my sister we're talking about.
Well, I'm fairly certain if you go to a reef, he'll ask them straight out. Leaves out any element of surprise. He is not going to be happy with you if we go behind his back. He's used to it from me. Be honest, you're his XO. He needs to be able to trust you. And frankly, from what I just heard, you don't have a clear head for this.
And that we can both agree.
All right, they've got to have some sort of listening outposts or something like that on the edge of their space that maybe I can hack into. A trading outpost or something. Tell you what. Let me let's go back to Deep Space 17 so I can pick up some cargo. Maybe get Dr. Mountain to make me green. And I'll see what I can find out.
I mean, at the very least, we need to confirm that this video is authentic. If we find where the battle took place, at least, should be signs of it. Debris, wrecked ship.
20 light years is a lot of ground to cover. Think you can analyze that recording, see if there's anything embedded in the recording that might give me a better idea of where that happened?
I'm sure I could on 17. Computers are much better than what I have in the runabout.
It's certainly better than what I have on board this little baby. All right. I think we got a plan.
What should I tell the commander?
Tell him you sent me on an errand. I don't know, hauling garbage or something. I think I'm still in Hawk with you. And I did just run off to a Klingon brothel without telling anybody.
I'm going to stop you right there. Don't want to know.
I just think of it this way. You got plenty of reasons to make me go hauling garbage. Send me on another one of your dirty errands in punishment for something. If I can verify any of the things that you were told, then we'll go to Arif. At least that's what I think you ought to do. Like I said, you're his XO. He needs to trust you. He doesn't necessarily have to trust me.
If we could at least tell if these are indeed Kulathian soldiers, maybe a scan of their compounds, military ships, it should be less suspicious than us traveling 20 light years out of the way.
Maybe I'll get lucky and I'll get pulled over for a customs inspection.
I think this is outside Kulathian space, if I'm not mistaken.
It was never said or stated.
We don't know if this attack took place in Kulathian space, outside Kulathian space. They just said 20 light years from that planet. That's an awful wide area.
That's why I need you to see if you can narrow down the search area.
Yeah, I guess I could check this for any irregularities, or I'll try to authenticate it the best I can. See if maybe I can't pull something from the monitors. A location, sensor data.
Anything will be better than nothing. If not, I'll get creative.
At any rate, thank you, Garibaldi.
I figure I owe you after, well, figure I owe you.
I think you just talked me down from doing something incredibly stupid.
Yeah, well, I don't want you doing things incredibly stupid. That's my shtick. You need to get your own.
Perhaps your methods are starting to rub off on me.
Like I said, you don't have a clear head.
When it comes to Annika, I definitely don't. Please stop me if I look like I'm about to do something extremely foolish.
Again, that's my shtick. Get your own.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go back to the station. Let me do my thing. I gotta come up with a reason to explain to the doctor why he needs to make me green. I'll give him some intelligence BS.
I mean, perhaps that's not needed right away unless you plan on walking into their diplomatic suite.
No, but I don't want to get anywhere near their. They seem really touchy about their territory. I'm not sure I want to. I want to get that close to their territory and looking like a Federation citizen.
Well, one step at a time. Let's dissect the information, see what we can learn while we're on 17 before we go changing the colors of our skin.
That sounds wise.
Well,
So,
at any rate, I'll meet you back on 17.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, and is this Orion friend of yours going to be trouble?
I don't know yet.
And Vogel just shake her head as she steps on the transporter pad. I'm ready.
Garibaldi will transport her back and join Sona wherever Sona wherever she is. You get the Sokolo headed back to DS-17.
After about a day's worth of travel, obviously the runabout is traveling at a slower rate, so you'll arrive before Vogel will. You get clearance to dock with Deep Space 17 and go through the proper customs, so to speak.
And get Sona registered on the station and get her some guest quarters. Ask her. So now that you're safe in Federation territory, what do you want to do?
Haven't decided yet. Though there's a certain appeal about going to some of my older ways. I wasn't always working at that location, just for your information.
So what did you do before?
I traveled the galaxy in search of precious things.
Oh, almost like an archaeologist.
Except this pays better.
I think everything does.
And,
Well,
continue.
you're happy to stay with me until you decide. We'll get you guest quarters here. Usually there's some sort of adventure near me. Usually doesn't pay very well. Well, come on, let's go up to the enclosure and get some real food. I'm tired of replicated food. Let's go for dinner and talk about it.
And I'm going to change the soundscape. As the two of you are heading out of there's quite a few people, all like wandering around. And you see Sano kind of stop in her tracks and sort of looked as you she kind of stop talking with you, and starts making a beeline run towards an individual.
Oh, follow her at just like slightly behind her. Unless is it an aggressive run or is it? No, that's probably not an
It's
aggressive
an
run.
aggressive run.
Then I will move fast enough to stop the fight before it occurs.
I'm gonna spend two threat. As you get like up in range, you see that a dagger hidden within her goes and strikes the Orion guy who was caught by surprise by her attack. It's like, you son of a bitch, and he kind of falls and bleeds over and goes, sorry, it's not what you... And he croaks over,
I'm gonna
unconscious.
grab her and pull her away and hit my comm badge. Garibaldi, Dr. Mountain, medical emergency, and then give his
real
his
quick.
location.
I'm going to message Dr. Mountain before that goes answered.
Okay.
If someone else wants to speak for the medical department besides Dr. Mountain, feel free to do so.
I suppose that's probably I'm the only one that's not in the scene, so
Anyway, I needed opposed daring security to kind of hold back Seno there, Garibaldi. She's
All
pretty
right.
adamant about killing this guy.
I'm gonna spend it. I'm gonna spend a threat so I can activate bold.
Okay. I'll spend it back, but it's probably not going to amount to anything. Oh no, yeah. 3 momentum gained. And yeah, I'm assuming you're just grabbing her.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I just kind of take my comm badge and drop it on the guy. Garibaldi medical. Emergency medical transport. Scanning on my badge.
And with that, we will cut to the next scene because that was played out fairly quicker than I thought it would. It would help if I'm sure only the doctor could probably see this. Are we at the very bottom?
Is that a new scene? New scene?
Yeah, it's a new scene.
Bye momentum. I hardly knew you.
Dr. Mountain, you've been enjoying a very leisure hike with your niece. Pretty much you've been sticking to a trail that's been sort of carved out along this river area, just outside the colony. Some of the locals have sort of made this trail to get away from the colony and sort of enjoy nature a little bit more here on the planet. And Faye
Indeed.
goes, "I'm so glad you decided to come along, Uncle Z."
I wouldn't miss it, Niece Faye. No, I'm not going to use that. Yeah, no, I think it was great. I felt inspired to get out here, and I always enjoy our company together, so it's been fun. How do you like the planet so far? Other than the incident in the town.
It's quite lovely. Interesting birds and the trees look similar, but they're not quite the same. But it's nice.
Yeah, these. I don't know not much about botany, but I can see that the segmentation is different a little bit. Oh, and that leaf color is really interesting too. Kind of steps over here a little bit as they're walking. Is it really that color?
Yes.
Actually, do you mind if I scan this real quick? And we can actually take a break. Grab some water by the water.
Not at all.
He'll take out a scanner and examine it. It's different looking.
Reason plus science difficulty 1.
Genetics.
More like botany.
I mean, it would be more like botany, but is it kind of like genetics?
Plant. Not really sure that would apply.
Fair enough. Yeah. Did not go? Oh, I thought it went. Oh, it did.
It has been cataloged in the pretty much the tricord already.
Okay.
It is a rare plant, indigenous to this planet. It is essentially a bioluminescence type plant, so it has a little bit of a glow to it.
Can I approximate how long we're going to be away from the colony? Because if I take a sample or like a branch or something, would it be a long time? Would we just leave, or are we just coming back? I'm not sure.
You took the day off, so it's however long you want.
Oh, well, fine. I wonder if you can get a replicated version of this. Been cataloged already. Anyway, let's keep going. What do you think of it? It's pretty luminescent. That's pretty neat.
It's pretty, and as you hear the faint cries of small children calling for help, help.
I run in that direction.
Faye immediately starts running as well. And you see 2 small children stay at the bank of a river, and another child hanging for dear life at one of the boulders.
How far down is it?
He fell in when we were trying to cross the bridge. Please, you must help him.
Stay calm. Yes, we'll help them. I'll look down. How far does it look down? Like, is it climbable, or how rough is the river?
The current seems to be flowing pretty hefty. You think that if he got swallowed up if he moved from the position, he would probably float down the river at a relatively good speed. That'd be hard to keep up.
Hey, Faye, will you help me? Let's see if we can get to this upper. Which way is it flowing? North or south? The river.
I'll
Towards
draw
the bridge?
I'll draw an arrow real quick. No, away from the bridge.
Oh, okay. I was confirming what I was gonna do.
The
Okay.
children said he fell off the bridge, and
Oh, okay,
he
sure.
landed there.
Stay calm, and we'll be over there in a minute. Let's
Uncle Z, I think I can get to him, and
be very careful. Try to use that second rock as cover. You might be able to get a second chance. But I'm gonna try to get over to the second rock.
and she jumps into the river.
And I jump in right here and try to slow down at the first rock.
Well, I have a question. Were you first, before you do that, you wanted to gauge the depth?
Yeah, how far down is it?
Insight, science, difficulty 2.
Dude, oh, well. All right. Well,
It's actually fairly deep.
like from the I'm talking about the cliff into the water, not the depth of the water.
Right. It's 4 foot. And it's very hard to see the bottom of the water, but you estimate it's probably fairly deep.
So I could probably jump in without a worry.
You could, but getting back up would be hard.
Right.
Faye kind of gets a handle of things and like uses the river current to help ease her over to the kid.
All right.
Uncle Z, stay there. I'll swim back over.
Get up on the rock. Let him rest a little bit. You both need to rest. You just exerted yourself. And this current is pretty strong. I'll try to reach down for you.
She managed. She can't get herself up, but she manages to get the kid up on top of the rock. I don't think I could get myself. There's not enough room.
It's okay. Just okay. Just rest right there. And then once you guys are ready, you're going to swim upstream towards me. And it doesn't make sense, but you'll get closer to the other side.
The water is really cold.
All right, let's go. And the longer you're in the water, the longer it's going to be. And he's as far to the edge as he can.
Gain a momentum as she convinces the boy to hop on her back.
All right. Like I said, aim upstream towards the other kids, and I'll try to get you when you get over here.
This is going to be a difficulty 3 task for her to do.
Okay.
Give her,
Is there any assistance I can give her? Is there any rope or anything I can have nearby?
There's insight security difficulty 2.
Okay. I'll take a momentum for this one, I guess. I want to get it right. Actually. Spend 2 more momentum, or 3 total, I guess.
You gain 1 momentum. But you managed to find a branch fallen down along the path that you could use to help them get out of the river.
Great.
But yeah, she still has a difficulty 3 just to get over to the shoreline.
Again, she left her momentum.
Any
Is there any assist I can do because of the branch or anything like that? Is that like an advantage sort of thing?
that is an advantage thing to help get out, so that will help make it easy to and you can assist with that to help them get out of the actual riverbank. But
Right.
the swimming portion, that's pretty
That's
much on her. Give her 2 threat or just roll 3.
Yeah. Well, difficulty 3, you said. Yeah. 2 more threat. Yeah. $45.
That barely. No. She'll succeed at cost on this. She manages to sort of, swim the shore, which kind of puts her more at a diagonal due to the current. And she gets there and helps the kid.
I grab both of them.
So, fitness security to unfortunately, like, you have to grab the kid first, the little boy. So fitness security difficulty 2. Actually, no, 1 with the advantage. So, and you can assist with this.
I'm assisting? Okay.
Yeah.
Fitness security.
Ew.
Can I assist this?
Well, she can succeed at cost. Well, you don't get the roll because she technically failed it.
It's for my own benefit. Would I have been able to help her or not?
You get the child, but unfortunately, you and the child get on the bank and you lose the stick. And because she starts trying to swim and hits up against the shore here, frantically trying to get out of the river.
Here, help your friend. I'll be right back. And I run down towards her. The stick in the water, I presume.
So you can get on your belly and reach down and try to grab her to help pull her up.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be on this side so I can get it maybe a couple of chances or at least something. Looks like it narrows. Okay, yep. I'm going to do my best to do that.
She ought to make a fitness security check difficulty of 4.
Or
Complicate succeeding. She's tired, so the river is kind of taking the toll on her. So that's the price for succeeding at complication. Twice. So yeah.
okay. Can I make an action?
There wouldn't be time. He's
Jump into the water with her and hold her from going too far away. And basically assist her up the banking.
the only way you're going to
not-
be able to assist her up is you're going to have to, or you're going to be caught. If you're not going to get caught in the river's current, you either have to get down, line her stomach, and grab her and help pull her up, which you will be able to assist with.
Still difficulty 4.
It still is difficulty 4. There is no time for an advantage creation.
I don't mean that. I mean determination spent. since it's only assist. That's why I wanted to do an action so that I can use a determination to do something.
You're gonna have to elaborate how you're gonna have a determination spend here, because you're not the main roller. She is.
That's the action I was going to take. Is what I was going to do is jump in the water, and then I'm a swimmer and she's a swimmer, but I'll have her a stronger swimmer. I'll be the stronger swimmer temporarily, and that'll be able to at least give us a chance to get on shore at my own peril. Does that make sense? Because right now, if I don't get this, she doesn't get this roll at a difficulty 4, then she might not get another chance. So I'm taking initiative, jumping in the water with her, and then the both of us will try to get onto the.
So you're jumping into the water.
I'm jumping in the water, and I'm grabbing her, and.
Okay, well then you're the main roller, and you're gonna push her up. So, but it's still gonna be a difficulty 4.
Right, and I'm going to use my determination of doesn't believe in a no-win situation. Or driven to ease suffering for what she's going through right now.
Keep in mind, this only gets. Well, are you trying to get both of you up or just her up?
Both of us up. No, I'm getting her up now.
Okay. I'll take. I don't know about driven to ease suffering.
Yeah, that's doesn't believe in a no-win situation. Yeah. I mean, this
You're
is
gonna have
technically...
to. You're gonna have to sell it to me.
Okay, so right now this is a potential drowning situation because if she's getting hypothermia and she can't move her muscles and she can't hold herself above the water. Now she's on the rocks holding on. If I'm up there and she's trying to reach up to me to do stuff, then she has a disadvantage. So I jumped into the water trying to protect her. And the only thing I can think of is to put myself in peril to lift her and get her out of the water. And no matter hell or high water, as it were. And so he doesn't believe he believes it's a no-win situation because if he doesn't do something now, she might not have a chance to do anything else. So he's doing it out of a desperation, I guess. Because he knows what hypothermia can do. And it's also sort of a suffering thing, too, because she's in peril, as it were. Either way, I'm going to give you...
I suppose.
Okay. What's my difficulty?
It's diff 4.
Still diff 4, okay. Emergency medicine would not apply necessarily. That's the closest. I'm going to spend all of the threat to have 5 dice.
So you roll 4. That's 5 threat.
Yep.
That's 5. So you gain a momentum and you get up the bank. Fitness security, difficulty of 2, Doctor. To kind of keep into your position.
To get out of the water, you mean?
No, to keep, because you're kind of like
Not
falling
to
into the water.
fall back into the water. Yeah.
Not completely fall back in the water, and then you can try to get yourself out.
Is this difficulty 2, you said?
Yes.
I had a momentum, so I'll spend it for 3 dice.
Okay.
Yeesh, this is not my best roll. I'll take 2 more threat. Because threat is eternal, I guess.
You got it.
Sneak, chinny chin.
But
It was one. So,
I'm gonna spend some of this back at you, but to get out of the water, it's diff 2. But I'm making the complication range of 4.
okay.
Bring security. Diff 2.
Can I roll? Can I
Uh,
roll? Prompt two. Can I roll my veteran?
Oh, yeah. Roll a single challenge dice.
That work? Oh, it's ours. Sorry. But I picked.
Oh, you rolled a d6. Okay. Yeah, that is. You get your determination back.
I'm gonna. No, I can't do it on the same one. None of those other ones would work. But anyway, not in this room. So diff 2,
Comp 4.
comp 4. So I have 4 dice.
4. What do you mean you have 4 dice?
I spent a momentum into threat.
That was for the last roll.
Is this the new roll? Oh man.
Yes, this is the new roll.
I spent 3 threat then. And complication range 4.
Yes.
Oh man. You're gonna get so much threat out of this.
Well, you got it. And you tired, a little cold, you get back up onto the bank as the
I crawl over towards her and see how she's doing.
and the other kids run up.
Wow, guys. What an adventure, huh?
Thank you. We'll go get help.
Thanks. We should be okay, but yeah, go back home and be careful around the river. Tell them Faye Hawkins helped you out. Dr. Mountain.
Real quick. We're gonna head over to sick bay. You're currently not at. Garibaldi, did you beamed over with the patient and a certain other person? Is that right? And straight into sick bay.
Yeah, sure. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I was just making sure I got everything set up. And currently, you have her grappled. And hop over to sick bay. Whoever wishes to play the nurse.
It's dark in here.
Doctor?
Rolla is the nurse.
I should see the map.
She'll move to the table as soon as she sees the patient beam in and start checking the readings.
Lots of blood. He's currently bleeding out from the side. And you see Garibaldi holding another Orion woman holding a knife as she's like kicking his like he has to pay for what he did.
Real quick, if I can, I'm gonna try to take a quick medical reading as she's holding the knife, just to see if the blade itself has any type of poison or liquid other than the Orion's blood. And does I should ask, is that gonna take more than one hand?
Yeah, it will take more than one hand to use the tricorder and a scan. because he has to hold the tracker in one hand, and then it has the little scan thing that you use in the other.
Is Garibaldi physically restraining her?
Yes. Currently.
Okay, then I'm gonna attempt to take the scan.
Reason plus medicine difficulty of 1.
Alrighty. Would a bit of a stretch? Would emergency medicine apply?
Toxicology would apply. For the blade.
I don't have that. I don't want to screw this up. Please take 1 threat.
Gain 2 momentum, and no, the blade is not poisoned.
Alrighty. In which case, I'm immediately going to turn back to the patient and start to assess whether or not it would be better to attempt to stifle the bleeding or head in and fix the damage first.
To evaluate the patient's condition, there will be a reason plus medicine difficulty of 1, assisted by the station's computer's medicine.
Doesn't emergency medicine count for triage type stuff like that?
Yeah, emergency medicine will apply here.
Excellent.
This is to do a quick assessment.
Once again, I don't want to screw this up. I apologize, team. Take 1 more threat.
You do have gained 2 momentum, by the way.
Yeah.
In which case, my apologies. Take that threat away, and I will spend 1 momentum.
Sorry, I'm keeping track of it, but my internet is flaky at the moment, so I've lost my connection to Roll20.
Okay. No, you didn't get anything, but you did succeed. Currently, the patient is suffering from a stab wound. It appears that the way the patient was stabbed nicked his heart, and he is going into cardiac failure. And it is currently suffering. Also nicked several major arteries, as he's got internal bleeding and brutally bleeding out. So he's in danger of dying.
All right. I'm gonna whip my head around and look at Garibaldi and say, "She's not helpful in here right now. Get me Dr. Mountain now." And I'm gonna turn back to the patient and well, I'm guessing the nurse knows, but the player doesn't know. Is there a way to kind of stall?
You can stabilize it.
Okay, then yes, I would like to stabilize until Dr. Mountain gets here, pretty much.
Daring medicine, difficulty of 2, but I'm gonna make this a complication range of 3.
All that's
Okay.
going on, Garibaldi is trying to calm Sana down and convince her to drop the knife.
Presence command post. You're able to make the roll.
Well, we're about to find out. I am gonna spend the remaining momentum though.
All right.
Yeah, the answer to that question is no. Yeah.
I'll roll flat for her. Who has access to your sheet? Do you want anyone to roll for him?
Hold on. I'll roll 3d20 off my phone on Discord.
Okay.
20 target number is sighting 13. Oh, wait a minute. I turned my Wi-Fi off for that to work on my phone. Dang it. Magelbot did not like that. Somebody roll 3d20 for me, please. Well, there it goes. 3 successes. Cool. Thank you.
No, I did not put the range in. That's why.
Oh, it's actually just 1 then.
Yes.
I have a target of 13.
Well, she got zeros, so you managed to calm her down just barely. There is no momentum gained because you do have to at least get a success to succeed at a opposed roll, and yeah, she drops the knife on the floor, and it's like he deserves to die for what he did. Can't trust him.
Okay. Let's go into this little office over here, and so you can explain to me why the SOB needs to die while the nurse does her job and keeps you from going to a penal colony for murder.
The nurse calls out, contact Dr. Mountain first, then deal with that.
Are there any other medical staff in sick bay?
There would be.
Garibaldi will just look at the nearest other subordinate nurse and get Dr. Mountain up here. My hands are, because he's still got the girl restrained. My hands are a little full.
Oh, I get it. Believe me, the nurse was being unreasonable.
Garibaldi will encourage Sona while tightly hugging her into another room so he can talk to her and hope the subordinate calls Dr. Mountain.
Get back to that conversation real quick as go back down to the planet where the children run off, one completely soaked, run off, back home, and Faye is currently unconscious and breathing heavily. Dr. Mountain?
I'm going to look for something dry and warm her up.
There is nothing here to warm. You're in the middle of nowhere. And both of you are soaked.
All right. What do I have for equipment?
Your medical tricorder. And a comm badge.
All right. No phaser, type 1 or whatever hanging around. Just in cases. There is wildlife here.
I would say you brought it with you, but I'm gonna spend 2 threat to say that you lost it in the river.
Okay. All right. Survival 101. Be warm. What is the weather like currently?
It's a little nippy.
Time of day.
Afternoon. So after lunch.
Okay. So this is uncomfortable. Yeah. So he's trying to warm himself up, like rubbing his sleeves vigorously, stuff like that. But he's gonna take off like his top and like tie it around his waist and kind of try to breast as much, like shake like a dog to get as much water off his body. And then he's gonna try to warm himself up, and then he's gonna rub her arms to try to keep her warm a little bit. And then he's gonna look around to see if he can find any sort of kindling or things he can make potentially a fire out of. He's gonna bring her over to the side over here, away from the water, and try to get her next to like anything, tree.
Doctor, your combat starts beep or chirping.
Yes, Dr. Martin here.
Dr. Mountain, this is Lieutenant Riley, DS-17. We've got a situation up here. We need you to return to the station as soon as possible, sir.
Yes, absolutely, Taz. 2 to beam up directly to sickbay, please.
Yes, sir. I'll notify transporters.
Thank you.
And Lieutenant Riley will call the transporter room and pass that instruction along.
I'll make this a roll. So someone needs to roll. Site to site. So base difficulty 2 +1 for not being on a pad, +1 for not to a pad. So diff 4 advanced sensors, and I'm assuming speed over the transport room. So -2. So diff 2 control plus engineering assisted by the station sensors plus engineering.
Well, that seems like a Chief Petty Officer Kyle Engel's thing to do, seeing that he has a focus in transporters.
Naturally.
With Div 2, do we really have a momentum? I think I spent the last one.
It's the same scene.
I will give you a threat and attempt to beam the poor doctor back.
Plurals. The 2 of us.
Hit the button. There we go.
Thanks,
Sensors
Chief.
engineering from the station.
Sensors, engineering, 1 die. No help there.
Unless he's got a reroll, it's currently gained of 1 momentum.
Nope, he does not have a reroll. Nope.
He's haven't played it.
Oh, I spent. I gave you a bolt. He does have a reroll. Let's see if I can generate a complication. Sorry, I tried for you, Prax.
Very well. And meanwhile, as the doctor and Faye are beamed straight to sickbay, we're going to go back to the theater of mind real quick. You are not there. Vogel,
Yes.
you finally arrive back on the station.
What time of day is it?
Late afternoon. Still an alpha shift.
Okay. I'll head up to ops. Let the commander know I'm back.
All right.
And then I'm going to head to... Yeah.
It would help if I stay on the right layer.
Nah. Arif said I could just walk in, right? That was a thing, I remember.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll just walk into the commander's office.
Ah, Commander, well met. How was your excursion?
It's quite fruitful, I believe. Just have some data to run through the computers and start cataloging.
Well, that's excellent. Please allow me to catch you up on what you missed. It's been a bit of a time over here. Well, uh, Dr. Mountain's niece Faye managed to get herself into some hot water with the Kulathians, and well, that was apparently dealt with, and unfortunately, it would seem that they've all been called away quite suddenly. And oh, you should, by the way, check out their facility. It's unbelievable. Kind of puts our building efforts to shame, if you ask me.
What do you mean by left suddenly?
Well, it's strange. About some hours ago, apparently the ambassador's been called away after I was in the middle of my weekly breakfast, and well, he even went so far as to asking me to leave.
And here I was about to ask how the new Kulathian ambassador settling in.
Very well. He seems like quite a nice person, but I do certainly sense that he has his own agenda, and I'd like very much to find out what it is.
Well, they're still a relatively new unknown.
Indeed, and we seem to be weathering our cultural clashes with a bit of a plum, I would say. By the way, I'm pleased that you took me up on that offer to just walk right in. It was, I be honest, I hate the sound of the chime, and well, I had quite resigned myself to it, and much obliged.
Well, I'm trying to help you out as much as I can. A happy
Oh.
commander makes my job a lot easier.
Well, I'm pretty sure they have that written somewhere in the Starfleet textbooks.
If not, they should.
Pretty sure I wrote it.
Well, you certainly have been around enough. Maybe you have.
Chuckling a bit, I'll say, I assure you, if I have, I've forgotten. No, do you need any more time off, or are you ready to get back on it?
Maybe just a day or two to pour over this information, get it cataloged, get back onto the proper sleep schedule.
Of course. Did you end up finding your forbidden city?
Yeah, it was actually on the planet's surface, believe it or not, but it led me to another place, and that's where my cataloging is going to take place.
Huh. I mean, it is called a forbidden city, Sarah. It would make sense to be on the surface of a planet. Wait, you mean this planet?
Forgotten City.
Forgotten city, sorry.
Yeah, I cross-referenced several databases, and it pointed to the old ruins on this planet as being the ones everyone was talking about. But of course, it led to somewhere else. So I'm wondering if maybe there was a very old civilization that colonized the entire region.
Well, that seems interesting. What's their name? Maybe I've heard of them.
Actually, you guys are kind of forgetting some stuff. You guys are actually the ones that discovered it. And
I am definitely bullshitting here, Prax.
okay.
All of this I am making up. It's a ploy to try to cover up what I was actually doing.
Apologies.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. But Arif doesn't say that. Instead, he asks about if you got the name of the civilization, because maybe he's heard of them.
Unfortunately, no. This is all just a hypothetical at this moment.
Well, that's unfortunate. If you need any help, please let me know. And hmm, I can't really think of much else.
If I
Not-
find anything, I'll definitely be asking to borrow the Tahoe more.
I'm sorry, say that again.
If I find anything else, I'll definitely be asking to borrow the Tahoe a lot more. The hot Tahoe is the runabout.
That's certainly fair. Why don't, well, as you know, I have my own runabout set aside on my direct order. Why don't you set the same restraints on that one? And why don't you um that way, should you need it, you'll always have it available.
Well, I could definitely say it's been lived in.
Well, remember to have it cleaned. Give Ken a call and he'll take care of it in a jiffy.
But if there's nothing else, I do want to get these cataloged before the day's end, or at least
No, go,
uploaded.
go. Hey, the sooner you get done, the sooner I get you back to work. So go for it.
Thank you. And I'll head down to one of the labs and start work on the recording.
The reef will continue, or I'll say he'll go back to pretending to work.
Uh, as we're gonna head back to sickbay, so we're gonna do a little jumping around here. Scene change. As the doctor and Faye are beamed straight to sickbay, with Faye being unconscious, the doc pretty much still soaking wet for the most part. And Garibaldi interrogating someone, an Orion woman, in the doctor's office.
Status report. Nurse.
Doctor, I'm going to give you a complication because Faye's, you could definitely tell Faye's probably struggling with hypothermia.
Nurse, will you help Faye? She's suffering from hypothermia, and she's starting to get very cold. At least a blanket. Tell me what's going on.
Little busy here, doctor. I'll get to your niece in 1 second. You've got a man in critical condition, stabbed in the gut. Uh, he's, well, I was just about to attempt to stabilize him when you arrived.
Great. Take care of my niece. I've got this.
Yes, doctor.
Okay, Sona. Explain what's going on.
I immediately start doing emergency surgery stuff. I see lacerations and the readings that the nurse took.
I'll give this to you, doctor, because your nurse already collected a bunch of data. He needs immediate surgery. And currently he's on the not at the proper bed, so he'll need to be moved. He needs to be over here. in the surgical room.
Is this the doctor? Help me. He needs emergency surgery right now.
Get an
Where's that person right there? There's somebody in blue, right?
Are you in the right game?
Yeah, I'm standing next
There it
to.
is. All right. I had to reload it again.
Oh, your internet's being wonky.
Oh, okay, sorry.
This is for Garibaldi.
Much better.
On my way, doctor.
Thank you.
She is tied up. We're gonna do one at a time since we got multiple things happening in sick bay. To move the patient, that's going to be I will make this fitness medicine difficulty 2. However, complication range is going to be 2. Because he does it, the wound could. It's currently kind of like
Pretty bad.
Yeah,
Oh.
well, because the blade nicked arteries, and currently the bleeding has been stopped, which is the only thing that's keeping him from not completely dying right away.
Okay.
If he's moved properly, those wounds could easily open back up.
Fair.
So hence the reason why the complication range. So yeah, fitness medicine difficulty 2, complication range 2.
Fitness medicine. 2. This is an emergency medicine situation, is it not? Trying to get it's basically like a ER, what's it called? Trauma ward sort of thing going on. So,
I'll give it to you an increased complication range, so comp 3.
oh sure, and then I'm gonna give you a 3 threat. I just want to get it over there.
Gain of momentum, and is Nurse Riley helping?
That Nurse Riley, thank you. Yes.
Hopefully she won't mess this up. Fitness, medicine. You said it's a comp 2, yeah?
Comp 3.
Oof.
So wing
Gain
Raleigh
2.
comes through.
nice.
And yes, Doctor, you managed to move with the aid of Nurse Riley over to the operating area. And we'll check in with Garibaldi and Sano. They need to let him just die.
All right. Right now, I need you to explain to me what's going on. Preferably before security gets here.
That insolent. He was the one that left me on that world. He betrayed me, took all of my money. He's a no good thief and criminal. I was doing legitimate business.
Was he your business partner?
Not anymore. He left me to rot and die on that planet. Took my ship. My ship. I had a ship. And all of my Latinum.
Okay, that sounds like completely legitimate reason that to beat the living tar out of him. But if he dies, may not be a whole lot I can do for you. So let's hope the doctor can save his life. And then we can work from there. So tell me the rest of the story, Sana. So he leaves you there,
He
and
had uh, a priceless jewel from Gallican War 6. From a race that has long since gone extinct. I was brokering the deal with him to sell it for a modest commission fee when he took the jewel and the money that for the purchase, killed the buyers, and left me on the planet. Naturally, the family wanted their money back. I couldn't pay it. So guess what ended up happening? Well, you know the rest.
that's how you ended up with that debt.
Yes. He tried to
Look,
kill
well,
me. It's only fair that I do in return.
okay, well, he tried. You tried. Let's stop trying to kill each other. Look,
He needs to rot in a cell if he makes it. Because if he doesn't, coming for him.
and what's that going to accomplish, Suna? You've got the opportunity for a new life here in the Federation, far away from all that. But if you kill that guy, all of that goes away. I didn't I didn't pay all that latinum to free you from that person just to have you throw an opportunity away. Hell, it's the first time in a long time I haven't freed somebody from a situation like that without killing anybody. I think it's a new start for both of us. Can you prove what he did?
Unfortunately, no. He stole my ship. All the evidence he technically has, which I'm sure he erased. Even if he still has my ship.
Honestly, that's what I do. But again, revenge
The only
isn't going to
proof
be.
has is the data I gave you shows the transfer of a certain large amount to a certain wealthy family. You know that information was not easy to get. I nearly got killed for that.
And I'm grateful to you. Do you think the information you need is in this data?
It only proves them paying for my debt.
It's a start.
At least it's a collaboration on my claims. The jewel, I have no idea what he did with it. For all I know, he could still have it or sold it.
Now, it's odds are it's probably long gone, but put it this way, he he intended to leave you behind in a place and to a horrible fate, and I get that, but Sona, you won. You're here. You're free. You can do anything you want. Don't put yourself back into a cage for revenge. You understand?
President's command opposed. And I'll give you an advantage. since you did pay, for her freedom.
Okay. We gonna roll flat at each other?
I have threat. I might spend some.
Well, I do have the focus persuasion.
Okay.
And I guess I'll spend the 2 momentum and a threat. You were threatening to spend threat. KKKKK. Oof.
Uh, get the two momentum back. Fine.
Thank you. Now, do you want to come with me when I explain all this to the commander, or do you want to go to your quarters? And to be honest, I gotta restrict you to quarters until I can explain all this to the commander. Your choice. You can come with me, or you can go get a chance to gain control.
I have one question. Do you want to give her that option, or are you? She's
You
still
know
a
what?
little.
You know what? Arif is almost as much a sucker for a pretty face as Garibaldi is. I'll take her with me.
All right. Okay. Over on the other side of sickbay. Which nurse is that? One of them, right?
Frola.
Forla. Nurse Forla, you managed to get Faye onto the bio bed. You could definitely tell she is definitely cold to the touch. She's definitely, suffering from the effects of hypothermia.
I suppose I'm gonna I'm not sure what the 24th century equivalent is, but I'm gonna try to start rising her body temperature up, but not so quick that it'll put her into shock.
I'll make it easy for you. Just give you a roll, which let's control medicine difficulty 1. Which amounts to putting blankets, getting her out of her wet clothes and covering up with blankets. Making
Alrighty,
sure she's
and
dry.
hey, emergency medicine?
Yes, I'll take that. Gain a momentum.
Bingo.
She's still unconscious, and it'll be a while before her body warms back up naturally. Is there anything else you do before I cut back over to the doctor?
Um, sorry, I'm just trying to think if I don't, unless there's something medical that I'm supposed to do, then no.
So you're just gonna monitor her?
Yes.
Meanwhile,
Well, no, actually, no, yeah, I'm sorry, the doctor's being assisted already, so.
meanwhile, on the other side, doctor, you have an extended task, as he needs immediate surgery. This will be a daring medicine, difficulty 4, work 17, magnitude of 4, resistance of 2.
All right. So he will pull out his bag of tricks, and with his focus in surgery,
Oh, you have an increased complication range.
Yeah, what is it, too?
Because you're in the river.
Right. No, you
So-
said 2, right?
Yeah, it's just an increased complication range. So it's
Complication
complicated.
range of 2.
Yes.
Just confirming. Okay. He will take a. Let's see. Momentum and 2 threat for 4 dice. Do I want to front load this? Yes. Driven to ease suffering for his value to save his patient from dying, I guess.
Sure, but you're still rolling 4 dice.
Yeah, so it would be 1 extra momentum, I guess.
It'd be 2 extra momentum. Because it's like when you
2
spend
to
your
3,
turn,
right?
yeah. So you're technically having rolling 5
It's
dice.
3 to 5. Yeah. Okay. So. Oh, actually, leave 1 momentum and give me 1 more.
Threat.
And give 1 more threat, yeah.
Okay. So you're rolling 4, and you have 2 out of successes. Go ahead and roll, please.
Rolling 4. Round 2.
Daring medicine.
Daring medicine.
Oh yeah, station assist with computers medicine. Well, 6, 8,
Yeah.
9.
Hold on. Computers medicine. Computers medicine. 1. Yes.
Gained 5 momentum. Roll 7 challenge dice for me. Go ahead and roll for your real quick though for your determination spend for veteran.
Oh, yeah. I can just use this chart thing. Not.
You do not get your determination back, but 7 challenge dice, please.
Wow. What's the track again?
17. Difficult. Your resistance is 2 though, so
I'll spend 1 momentum for piercing. Just to keep all the stuff.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9. That is enough for a breakthrough.
If I get 1 more, would it be another breakthrough?
No.
Because of 10. Yeah. Okay. All right. Great.
It is still currently daring medicine. It's still it's difficulty 3. You're made a lot of progress on the work track.
Magnitude 3, right?
Yes, you have 1 breakthrough out of 4,
Yeah.
so magnitude 3 left.
All right. Try that again. So now I'm gonna spend 2, 3 momentum for 2 dice. Dice. And I get 1 reroll because of cautious. You.
Just need the assist from Riley and the station.
Here comes the assist.
Station.
Gain 1 momentum. Roll 7 challenge dice.
Dang, Doc.
Wow. I think that's the same as last time. Total of 9, so 7 work being done currently.
If I'll do piercing again, and that'll finish the work track.
Yes.
With- That's 2 breakthroughs.
That will give you 2 breakthroughs.
All right. Now let's see these arteries.
I'm going to spend 2 threat. As you're working, he starts bleeding internally, and I'm going to take 4 off your work track. And then increase the difficulty by 1. Because you
Diff
missed it
2.
harder. Be diff 2.
Oh, there's a bleeder. Guys. Laser, thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
daring medicine, diff 2, comp 2.
Diff 2, comp 2, still. Yes, focus, and I'll spend 1 momentum.
Just needed to assist.
What's up, Doc?
Why
And
do I
station.
bother? Oh my god. 5 momentum gained.
It makes up for the 2 zeros it did earlier.
I mean, I guess the hard part was really the river scene for you, so
That was dramatic.
supposed to be.
You hurt my heart, man.
7 challenge dice, please.
All right.
Nine
Exactly the same.
again. It's 7 currently as it stands, but
I'm not gonna spend the momentum because it doesn't matter.
because that's 21 work, and that really is more than enough to complete the extended task. As you go through, clean up the damage and repair the damage to his heart, you close him back up, but he is currently resting
Incapacitated.
for the time being. And we will cut over to.
Thank you, Rue. You did great.
Thanks, Doc. That's pretty impressive with your hand shaking like that.
I didn't know if it was me or the world. Wow. Okay. Good. I got it. Thank you.
Vogel, you're currently in the science lab.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Well, first I want to try to authenticate the recording.
I'm gonna ask you how.
No idea.
Like, I'm gonna push back a little bit, like, because you kind of have to have a point of reference for that. The only thing I can think of is, are you trying to authenticate that, like, the footage is genuine and not altered in any manner?
Yes.
Okay. Reason plus security difficulty 2.
Take a threat and I'll use 2 momentum. Computer assist with anything?
Yes, computers security.
I can still be on it. Computer security.
There is a complication.
I'm going to
Yeah.
re-roll with my technical expertise.
Gain a momentum. And the recording appears to be not altered in any fashion, so it's genuine in that part.
Okay.
When they did the recording, there was no enhancements or cuts. And
Alrighty. So in that case, I want to see if I can find some way to either identify who's attacking, maybe some marking, military marking, something like that, something I could cross-reference. So that would be number 1. And then number 2, I want to see if there's some frame that either has where the position of the ship is, or maybe some sensor telemetry data to where I could figure out a location from.
this sounds like 2 separate rules. So the first one
Yes.
is going to be a reason or insight plus con or security assisted by the station's computers plus security, difficulty of 3.
All right. Same thing. I'll give you a threat and 2 momentum.
All your precious momentum is disappearing.
And then you said computer security.
Yes. Gain a momentum.
I could re-roll. What's better? Mine's better. I'll re-roll one of mine. Oops. Oops, I clicked that before I could click 1. Take the first one?
I suppose. Gain 2. The markings are indeed, the suit design is indeed of Kulathian design. There is a marking on the actual suit that was entered into the database by a former crew member from the Tenchi, a Lieutenant Sarissa, indicating wasn't really I was flagged with a certain Kulathian individual known as Prince Tolan.
That insignia?
Well, the insignia was used and seen with him. Whether or not it's used by him or his personal entourage or guards or personal military unit, it's unclear. But that insignia is classified with was classified with Prince Tolan.
On any of the Kulathians that have been to this station, has any of them also used that insignia? Or has it just been with the group in the picture?
Just with the group in the I'll put it this way. The sketch was done by Sarissa on the aftermath when they went to deal with you remember the temple?
No, I get that she drew it. What I'm asking is, currently with any of the diplomatic attaché, do any of those military security civilian officers have that insignia?
For a momentum.
Well, this would be a free question.
It's not a science roll.
Studious only.
You have to spend a momentum before spending studious. Like you have to ask a question first before you gain studious. The way it reads.
So my science officer thing only applies to science rules?
I believe so.
Question mark?
Yes. Well, that takes away from other investigation because this is doing more like a security type investigation. This is not a scientific matter.
Hold on, lost my headphones. What did you say?
I believe I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure the role for the science officer does not apply to this.
It says the book says when the science officer succeeds at a task assisted by the ship's computers or sensors or using a tricorder, the character generates 1 bonus momentum, which may only be used. Blah blah blah. Now that's
Yeah.
wrong. I'm sure the GM.
Yeah, I thought it was just whenever
Okay.
I did a roll for obtaining information, which is would be.
Okay, then yeah, we'll go with that.
So yeah, so that would be free question number 1. Is that
No,
no?
No,
They do
it's-
not have
none of the current-
okay.
none of the Kulathians seen yet so far have been described with that insignia. Yeah, I need to get one. All right, I need to pull that up somewhere.
The who?
What Garibaldi posted in Discord.
Oh, 127.
No, there is actually like a digest that you can pull from.
Oh,
you
right,
can-
right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Is there anything else I need to know from that? So second question is, I'm assuming the prince is part of the ruling family.
He is the son to the emperor.
Perfect. Okay, that's all I have for that.
The other one, which one was that again? Remind me.
I'm trying to look at any of the screens
Right.
for either like something either on like a screen or sensor readout, something I could zoom in on the screen, on any of the screens, to try to see if I can pinpoint a location of where this attack took place.
Reason, con, or science difficulty 4. Assisted by the station's computers plus con.
All right. Can I use my determination with information as the key to overcoming any obstacle?
Sure.
Perfect. And then 2 momentum. I don't know if astrophysics or stellar cartography would apply here.
I'll take stellar cartography and increase complication because it's a little bit more to this. Like that's part of like the role.
Okay, I'll take it. And then it was computer science?
Computer con.
Computer con. Station's con sucks.
Technically,
And
station into a complication.
2, 4, 6, 7. So that's 7.
Gain 3 momentum. Put you at cap.
Oh, I'm capped. Okay, I will not reroll then.
Yes, you find coordinates to where the last location was. It was the reason why it's difficult was because one, it's in a completely different language, so to speak. But the computer, with the help of the computer, you're able to isolate the location of where the ship was based on one of the consoles, sort of like a partial. So you have an idea of where the ship was at.
And this location, is it outside of Kulathian space or inside? Is that circle where they're at?
That is the general location you got.
It's still pretty big. But it looks outside their space.
It's on their border.
But outside, right?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
It's like they were trying to avoid DS-17 for some odd reason.
And those frog people were in the Frog's Foot Nebula, I
Yes.
assume.
It's actually
Because that makes sense.
yes, they were there. That's their homeworld.
Okay. So then I'm going to tap my comm badge. Vogel to Garibaldi.
Garibaldi, you are currently having a certain individual with you. Just FY as you're heading towards the commander's office.
Garibaldi here.
I think I got something
Okay,
whenever you're available.
Yeah, give me I'm in the middle of something. I'll be with you as soon as I get done explaining myself to the commander.
Understood. Vogel out.
I love the fact that Vogel didn't even bother asking what was going on. Just accepted it.
I'm always going to assume he's in trouble of some type. But also, she's laser focused on this.
No, I perfectly get it. Anything else?
Just trying to stick true to her value here. No, I think I got all the information I need at this moment.
And with that, we'll jump to ops. As Garibaldi is not walking Sano through operations, but
No.
Ooh, Return of the Secret Entrance?
And because he loves it so much, Garibaldi will hit the chime twice.
Enter.
And we will enter. Come on, Sana.
GQ? New friend?
Yes.
Are you still restraining her?
No.
Okay.
Just coming along peacefully. Commander, this is Sanu.
Sanu, Arif.
So, long story short, I was working on an investigation, and Miss Sano here was in a bit of a bind and had information I needed. So, we made a little arrangement. It'll be in my expense report. But Miss Sano here ran into someone that did her great harm up in the Zocalo, and acted a little rashly. I'm in the
you're very humble.
Miss, well, that's not a way to treat people, first of all. Second of all, is what exactly happened?
Well, we'll know how serious it is when the doctor gets out of surgery. Not the doctor being served, but when he gets done performing surgery. Look, Miss Sano acted under sudden passion uh, arising from adequate cause. Uh, the individual that she assaulted, responsible for her involuntary servitude uh, at a less than savory institution. Again, that'll be in my expense report. Um,
Would, well, correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't know the law very well, but were she to press charges against him, uh, would that perhaps allow us to overlook her perhaps conditioned response?
I believe so, Commander. I believe it would mitigate things quite a bit if we can prove it. I have some data with some initial that should have some initial corroboration. And then I'll need to do some investigation beyond that. But I thought it was best to bring it to you since it happened on your station.
Uh, Looking over to the Orion, I'm gonna say, and you've been quiet for a bit while we've sat here and talked about you. What are your thoughts on the matter?
She kind of looks to Garibaldi like, should I really talk to him?
Garibaldi because hear a really, really, kind of subtle shake of his head. No, we're still working on condition responses, Commander.
Hmm.
You're welcome to get a read on her.
I don't want to get a read on him, but we'll go with her because, yeah. Let's
I'll put it this way: both their body languages are complete opposite. Like she's like, I really don't care that I'm here. He's dragging me. I want this business. She looks irritated and very. She looks like she's about ready to explode. You've seen enough that I'll give you like she's ready to just explode. And Garibaldi is like trying to like play nice.
you know what? Instead of getting a read on her, uh, can I attempt to lull her into a sense of security? Or calm her down, essentially?
How so?
Um, if she kind of looks like I would guess from your description, kind of like a just out of the moment. Um, I kind of want to focus her in such a way, or at least kind of give her the impression that I'm not actually out trying to stick her in a cell or back on a slaver's market, and that 17 uh, is, quite frankly, a safe haven for her right now. As long as she doesn't keep going around stabbing people.
Have you been performed that she stabbed someone yet? I don't think so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then just the uh
I was thinking to do this through roleplay, and then I'll give you a roll based on how you.
okay, fair enough. Well, first things first, I'm gonna ask both of them, please take a seat and GQ, do me a favor. Why don't you grab me a bubbly water? No flavor. Anything our guest may want, and something for yourself.
Garibaldi will get the commander a club soda and a muffin, and then whatever he's seen Sano drink while she's been aboard his ship.
Liquor.
Sure. And it comes out of the replicator. It's going to be sent to Hall anyway. Might help.
And I'll push the muffin over to her and say, "Here, you shouldn't drink that with an empty stomach."
I hear those things are terrible for you.
They are, but, well, quite frankly, they're pretty good, and I'll stand up for a moment and show the fact that I am not overweight and say, and I eat a couple of them a day, a lot of days, so they're not too hard to, work off in moderation.
And sometimes more than a couple.
Well, I suppose it depends on who you bring me to meet, GQ. Uh, anyways, ma'am, first things first, if it hasn't been done yet, I'd like to welcome you to Deep Space 17. It's quite a station, and we're starting to gather quite the cast of characters, and, well, provided that your business and personal business doesn't take you elsewhere, I'm sure GQ has told you that uh, you certainly have a space to stay, especially someone that someone like him were to bring into the station.
Sounds peachy.
Well, we like to think so, and if nothing, there's a number of ways I'm sure you could find to earn a living if that's something that concerns you. We have a number of programs going on. I should add that most of them are civilian. Very few of them are Starfleet. And, well, quite frankly, the station is starting to turn into quite the hub for this region of space. Now,
So, what do I need to do to get out of this mess?
I suppose the first thing that you need to do is probably ask for help. Because if nothing else, and I hope you don't take this the wrong way, it seems apparent that you can't do it alone. I have no idea what this mess is. Take me through it.
Oh. Well, frankly, the man being in sick bay, whether or not he lives or dies, I could care less about. He is a scumbag who deserves to rot, well, really die, for what he did to me. And I'm sure other people in the galaxy.
And provided that he's in sick bay, and GQ alluded to surgery earlier, I can only
I
assume what you
stabbed
did to
him.
him. Well, certainly, certainly not the worst thing on my to-do list today. However, certainly not the best. Um, well, that is a problem, and as I'm sure technically regulations probably force me to confine you either to quarters or the brig. However, I can read between the lines, ma'am. I don't think GQ would have brought you here uh, if you weren't, well, quite frankly, important to him. And that makes you important to me.
She's a bit taken by that, like kind of like, what's going on here? Um, right. Look, that guy is nothing more than a two-timing smuggler who will stop at nothing to get what he wants.
Well, I'm quite frankly, whether he is or not, what it's difficult for me to just simply sweep this under the rug. However, as me and GQ alluded to earlier, should you be willing to, well, quite frankly, testify to something of that, at least give a statement to a security officer, well, I don't think the Federation, quite frankly, uh, I think they frown upon confining victims to the quarters of the brig. Can we help each other out in this way?
Fine, I will. I've already given my statement here to Garibaldi. If I have to do it with one of your men, then I'm more than happy to tell my side
Well,
of the story.
well, quite frankly, it simply gives me the latitude and the freedom to actually help you, and of course, cover my own ass.
Gives you that fresh start I was talking to you about. I might even know a merchant on the station that could make good use of your skills, but you gotta promise not to kill that guy. You said you didn't care about him. If you don't give a shit whether he lives or dies, sorry, then that
Well, I prefer he's on the latter side, but
the best revenge you can get is to become successful, be a successful free woman after what he did to you.
And I think we can, well, quite frankly, help you out a little bit in that regards as well. Um, in fact, if nothing else, it looks like you're in dire need of a good night's rest. So perhaps the station, after you make your statement, can hire you. Your job, it'll be for one day and for one night. It'll be for a consulting fee. I'm pretty sure the fee will be pretty high. And your job will be to get one good night's rest.
while I don't like to pass up on an excellent deal as that is, it sounds a bit um scrupulous.
Well, the fact of the matter is, as I've told you, the fact that you're in this office at all means you're important to one of my officers. And, well, we protect our own on 17.
So I assume I have to stay in these quarters until he leaves.
Glancing at Garibaldi, I'll say, uh, probably not. However, I'd rather you stay out of sick bay. I think that one is probably a no-no.
That's definitely a good idea.
Fine.
There are plenty of first aid stops on each deck. Uh, and, well, quite frankly, if you get hurt, please avail yourself of one of those.
Understood.
Thank you. Could you please wait in the hall for a couple minutes?
As you wish. And she steps out into the hall.
I'm gonna sip my bubbly water and look at Garibaldi.
Yeah, appreciate that, boss. I spent far too much latinum buying her freedom to see it go to waste. You know what I mean?
I do. Arif will say with a smile. So, is she useful to you, or do you like her?
Oh, well, it's not to like, but fiery temper at the very least. I thought I'd introduce her to that Ferengi merchant. She's got the kind of skills a Ferengi might appreciate, and that might put her into work she's used to.
Well, hopefully not too much that she's used to.
Not at least recently. Uh, Spent several days in a ship with somebody coming back from Klingon space, and they grow on you.
You want to tell me about it?
I can't tell you everything, but gone to a establishment in Klingon space, investigation, an investigation for a friend that I may eventually need to bring to you, but not now. She had information. She had access to information I needed, so we made a deal. Turned out that the money she wanted for the information was the money she needed to buy her freedom back. Apparently, this Orion she stabbed was her business partner. Now, this is her story. I'll need to try to do what I can to verify it and corroborate it, but I don't have any reason not to believe her. Of course, you know how I am around the pretty ones. Um, Apparently, this guy, her and this other Orion had a deal trying to sell a particular gem for a client of theirs. He took her ship and her money and the gem and left her there on that planet, and she couldn't pay the client back. She got sold to a brothel, which is where I
Well,
found
so
her.
I don't suppose coincidence would be that the ship you're currently uh, captaining happens to be her old one, does it?
No,
Well,
no, it's not.
that's good. That would be awkward.
Though it's possible that Orion she stabbed might be flying her old ship.
Well, I think we're offering her a new life. GQ, I don't think she needs to cling on to memories of the old one. If that Orion uh, is flying her old ship, I'd say at this point he's paid for it in blood, and if nothing else, let him continue to do so. So she recognizes there's better ways to go about things.
I'll put a little more effort to get her to understand that, or at least believe it. But I said I'd like to see get this woman off to a good fresh start.
Well, that's good. In which case, you have whatever help I can provide. And please, when it comes to this investigation that you're probably gonna end up bringing me in on, remember today, and that, well, with my help, things get easier.
Yeah, appreciate that, Arif. I
It's
just
good stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I understand where she's coming from. I gotta tell you what got me thrown out of Starfleet Intelligence the first time one of these days. Let's just say I got more blood on my hands than she does. Everyone deserves a second chance.
Well, I would imagine, and if nothing else, well, we'll just spend some time after retirement looking for some really good soap.
All right, well, let me get her settled and let me get back to work.
Good, and try to lay off the field trips for now, unless it's urgent. I have a feeling that some sort of storm is brewing, and I'm gonna want my people close by.
I'll do my best, but between you and me, I may have one more trip to make. I'll make it as fast as I can, but I already made a promise.
Is there a ship at our disposal that's faster than that can get this done quicker?
Best I use mine. Of course, I may not have to go. I got some information incoming, so I may not have to go. But just to be upfront with you, I may have to make a quick trip out. 20, 30 light years there and back. No big deal.
That that is displeasing.
It would be let's just say you want me to do this thing rather than the alternative and leave it at that.
I'm just gonna frown a little bit and say, okay, those those statements are starting to get irksome, GQ. Just either say something like need to know, or just don't say anything.
I understand.
Or just, you know, speak your mind. I'm old enough that it probably won't shock me.
Do I ever shock you, Commander, at this point?
No? And he'll say that uh, completely flat-faced.
All right. Well, let me go get Sano settled and get back to work. By the way, what's going on that you're worried about keeping the command staff close by?
Ops to Commander Arif.
I suppose we're about to find out. This is Commander Arif.
Uh, Commander, we're picking up a spatial distortion. Most likely it's a Kulathian vessel.
Out. And with a bit of a sigh, yeah, I'll say the ambassador had to ship off this morning and under circumstances that seemed upsetting to him, and well, I suppose we're about to find out what those are. And I'm gonna walk out into ops.
Garibaldi, is that like a yeoman or something standing outside his door?
Yeah.
Garibaldi will direct that yeoman to escort Miss Sano to, and he will name the guest quarters that he had assigned to her, and get her a temporary comm badge.
Yes, sir. There's like she's got like a little desk. Like she's actually sitting down, but there's like a little desk there. Right away, sir. And she kind of goes back, look at the bed. Follow me, please. And Sato just kind of shrugs. Kulathian vessel just kind of hangs around, and sir, they're requesting permission to land on the planet at their embassy location. It's a blue alert. By the way, Vogel. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. Are you still in ops?
If it's blue alert, no.
See that they can. Please forward the message that I'd like to speak to the ambassador at his earliest convenience.
With that, though, she's like, as you're about to walk back to your office, she goes, they're hailing us.
Oh, that's quicker than I expected. On screen. Major.
Commander, the ambassador will be unavailable for a while. I can pass along any information you like to him.
Of course, and if he's truly as indisposed as that, then I have nothing urgent. Is everything all right, Major?
Everything is fine, Commander.
You of course have full permission to land down on your embassy. Is there anything that we can do for you?
Not at this time.
Well, if there's anything we can do to lighten the ambassador's burden, please let us know. I mean, he's so busy; it's almost as if he needs two of himself. When Garibaldi says that, he wants to watch very carefully to see if the major reacts.
She just kind of looks at you displeased. Foreign. We do not require assistance from foreign governments. But thank you for your offer.
Oh, Major, perhaps we could schedule on the next day or so if your schedule permits. I believe I'm still looking forward to that lesson.
It will have to wait, Commander.
Arif will frown a bit and say, I understand. Well, safe landings, and I'm glad to see that you guys weren't as absent for as long as I had feared.
It was a short matter to be dealt with.
Of course.
Good day.
And good day, Major.
Well, that was rude.
It's who she is. Military type.
Wouldn't know. Well, if there's nothing else, Commander, we'll go check in with the XO and then get to work.
Of course, I will be in my office. By the way, did the Orion eat the muffin?
It's still on your desk.
Yes. Not for long. Arif's gonna go eat the muffin.
Garibaldi's going to query the computer as to Vogel's location, then go find her. Commander Vogel?
Oh,
Told,
Garibaldi.
Told Arif I was going to check in with the XO before getting to work on the other thing.
Right. So I did some digging with that video I showed you. All signs appears that it looks authentic. I didn't find any signs of tampering, at least. And unfortunately, that's the good news. Bad news is that symbol is it does appear to be a Kulathian unit. And unfortunately, this particular unit appears to belong to the Kulathian prince.
That sounds complicated.
Yes, very much so. And I was able to pinpoint, well, not pinpoint, I was able to at least narrow down a potential location of this battle. It appears to be somewhere within this section of space, and I'll show him my analysis.
Whew. Not quite in Kulathian space, but close.
Yeah, right along the border.
Close enough that any ships in that area are going to draw their attention. You don't suppose there's any chance that they just got attacked because they got too close to their space?
That wouldn't really explain the boarding, though.
No. That is throw out the possibility, though.
I think if it was a case of just them doing a quick search of the ship for any contraband or whatever, I don't think we'd be here. It's almost like they wanted something on that ship. Like they knew something was on it.
Have you and your sister had any contact with these people before? That they might know that she's special?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, that doesn't rule it out.
I mean, I don't really know what my sister has been up to the last couple of years. But having an engagement with the Kulathians, I wouldn't put it past her.
I can go have a look if you want, but maybe we need to bring the commander in on this. Yeah, for an easygoing guy, he's getting a little irritated at folks not telling him things. Yeah, I kind of owe him one after today.
I just
Maybe.
wanted to be sure of what I'm dealing with before I involved anybody.
We don't necessarily have to involve him, but at least tell him what we're up to.
If it wasn't involving the Kulathian royal family, I probably don't involve them at all, but at this point, I don't really see an option.
No, if I go out there and it goes sideways, that's a really fragile alliance we've got now. I'm good, but everyone makes mistakes. You'll see the security report later. Under the category Garibaldi makes mistakes.
If I knew where she was being held, I would do this myself.
No, if you knew where she was being held, you'd send me to do it. Again, Arif needs to trust you. You're too involved. And this is kind of what I do, sneaking into places, rescuing people. At the very least, you take me with you. Someone's got to keep you out of trouble.
I thought it was me trying to keep you out of trouble.
Nobody's that good.
I
Come
don't
on.
know. I just don't know.
Come on, let's go see the commander. I can't believe I'm the one saying this. Maybe I need to go see the doctor. Maybe I picked up a bug somewhere. I mean, other than the slug I carry around with me all the time.
I mean, you're Trill, you do have to watch out for those bug bites.
And that's why I don't go to the jungle. Now quit stalling. Let's go see the commander.
Fine, you win.
Trust me, it doesn't hurt for too long. At least you don't have a hardtail XO that's going to make you scrub fusion reactors.
I feel I might be the one scrubbing those reactors in a minute.
Yeah, you haven't done anything that would call for that. That's what you got me for. Come on.
Suppose now is as good a time as any.
Meanwhile, back at operations. Commander Arif.
Hello.
Your door swings open as Admiral Keller walks in and takes a seat.
Angrily, huffy, tired.
Concerning.
Admiral, is everything okay?
Need you to do me, well, keep an ear out for me. And keep this to yourself.
Of course, though, the last time we were in this position, you got a little angry with me.
Starfleet intelligence has picked up some chatter through Kulathian communications. Supposedly, a head of state has been killed. Starfleet intelligence believes that this was the Kulathian Emperor.
Interesting. Uh, very well, and I will certainly do everything I can to get as much information as I can. However, I'll be honest with you, Admiral. I do plan on enlisting several people to my cause, but I trust them.
Just keep an ear out if the Kulathian Ambassador says anything to you about it.
Of course, I think we've managed to get on good footing in a short amount of time. I'm hoping that I'll be able to use some of that to my advantage. And, well, quite frankly, your reporting of this event sheds a lot of light into their behavior today.
All we know is the Kulathian Prince Tolan is currently in the process of seizing power over the Kulathian Empire. I don't need to remind you not to, if the ambassador says anything and asks for assistance, it is not our place to assist them on anything internal matters.
Of course not. Starfleet historically does not get involved in situations such as this.
Just making sure we stay on the same page here, Commander.
Of course.
Is that a muffin?
It is. Would you like it? I could. It's now. I'll be honest with you, sir. It is replicated. It's not fresh from down below. But if you'd like it, I'd be happy to replicate myself another one.
No. Oh, I'll head down. I could use a good walk.
Well, that's fair. And if you do manage to find yourself at that muffin joint and you're planning on heading back up here, I could go for a couple of real life muffins.
Where's your yeoman?
It was just about convenience, Admiral. I didn't want it all that bad.
No, it's quite all right. I'll send a runner up with the muffin for you. If you hear anything, you let me know. Understood?
Of course, Admiral. You'll be the first.
And yeah, he gets up, nods, and walks out.
You know, Arif actually does genuinely really like Keller.
That you just got the admiral to go buy you a muffin.
He's not paid for it. He's put on an expense account. So
Like we all do. About the expense account, best part about being commander.
that's the part of being an admiral. It's a big expense account.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Um, yeah, after that meeting, first call is to the usual crowd. Vogel, Garibaldi, and Mountain, and ask them all if Mountain's out of surgery yet.
No, Mountain's still in surgery. I'm coming back to him in a
Uh,
minute after. But you have a chime at your door as two of your officers are way ahead of you, apparently.
oh, enter. This is serendipitous. I was just about to call you. What's up?
Well, sir, think I should probably come clean with what I was really doing in my travels.
Well, your tale was so convincing earlier, Sarah.
Yes, and I apologize for that. I've been actually investigating and trying to find my sister.
Sister?
That's what I said.
Yes, sir, it's a bit of a long story. But needless to say, I have a identical sister. And I have reason to believe that she has been taken by the Kulathians, more specifically their crown prince.
Are you all right, Arif's gonna bite down the urge to ask if she's the older or the younger, but um interesting. Arif will say, all business that might actually relate to why Admiral Keller was just here. He's told me that the head of state of the Kulathian government is, well, apparently, well, his life's come to an end.
And Vogel just kind of closed her eyes with that.
The plot thickens, Arif says after she does that.
I have. And she'll kind of look at Garibaldi and take a deep breath. I have a video that shows my sister's ship being attacked by the Kulathians. I believe they were searching for something aboard her ship, something my sister took. A type of crystal that has a unknown power. My mic still work?
Yes. Well,
Oh God, I'm sorry. I thought I was on push to talk. Arif's gonna mutter to himself a little bit, and you'll hear him say, after generation and generation, lifetime and lifetime, it always comes down to these magic crystals. And then he's gonna look up at Vogel and say, please continue.
That's really all I know about what this crystal is. I know it was taken from the oh crap, who was that race?
Well, I'll spare you that for the moment, because Arif's gonna say, let's talk about your sister and then worry about the crystal.
Yeah,
Do
the
we
frog
have
people.
do we have any idea where she is?
Fortunately, no. Only one of the contacts I spoke with on my travels believe that she is in the Kulathian Empire. Whether she's a prisoner or a willing participant in what's going on now, it's anyone's guess.
Oh boy. Arif's gonna lean back. And think for a moment and then say, well, Sarah, this one's a doozy, wouldn't you say?
Hence why I'm talking to you about it, sir.
Well, if you ask me, I think the first thing we need is more information. We seem to be encountering a lot of maybes and ifs. So, what can we do to do that? Sorry, to fix that.
And you just see like this look of like just blank like look on Vogel's face.
What?
Might be a good start, Commander, to investigate the area where her sister's ship went missing.
Okay. And your Orion, sorry to say this, GQ, but your Orion Rust Bucket, how good are her sensors?
That ship's probably it's fair enough. I can see if we get engineering to upgrade them a little before I leave, but
All
we don't
right.
want to take it. We don't want to take a Starfleet vessel that way. It's pretty close
And
to territory. I mean, it's and he'll kind of look right at Arif and say, "It's about 20 light years out and 20 light years back. Won't take me much time at all."
Actually, I think
Reef
it's
will
a little
hold a
farther.
finger. Let's not commit to going just yet, GQ. It's if you have to go on a little bit of an information gather, you're definitely going to. Volunteered, of course, but let's see if we can't get you the best chance of success.
I'm all for that, Commander.
That ship might not be the best one. Who do we know out here that's, well, interesting? Uh, Sarah, in your opinion, since you probably have the best relationship with them, do you think that the Klingons could be of any assistance?
It's hard to say.
Cloaking
Given what's
device.
going on with them, I don't know if they have the ships to spare.
Just need one with a cloak. But let's keep that in the back pocket. Uh, Looking at Garibaldi, I'll say you know a little bit more than I do. What do you think the chances are of your mission being a success? Just as is.
Honestly, Commander, I'd call it 50-50. My idea right now is just to head out there and see if I can find the debris of the ship and scan for more information. And the Kulathians are pretty. Uh, they take their privacy pretty seriously. I don't. I wouldn't want to take. I wouldn't want to take that Orion ship into their territory. They don't. They don't allow. They don't like others in their territory much.
50-50 isn't good enough.
But I just had confident I can get there and back. I just the 50-50 is I don't know if I'll learn anything.
Well, that's one way to instantly make me feel better about the odds.
I mean,
To be honest with you, Garibaldi, I am not hugely comfortable with the idea of you out there by yourself doing this, especially in that ship.
Well, if you remember, we've had that ship modified already to project a false image around itself, so we can pretend to be pretty much anything it wants in its class. It's not a bad ship for that mission. Now, unless the Klingons are willing to lend us something with a cloaking device, it's a better bet than taking any Starfleet vessel. This is not the time. I don't think this is the time to go risking what delicate treaties we have with the Kulathian people, which hopefully will hold fast under their new leadership.
I mean, I could always ask the Klingon ambassador if he has anything available.
I
But
don't.
I don't want to risk anyone in this endeavor. Sir, I am willing to take a runabout out myself to investigate for any wreckage.
Unacceptable for the same reasons I'm worried about Garibaldi.
But Teknon Ambassador does owe me a favor. Be a big ask.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It'd be a big ask, sir, but the Klingon Ambassador does owe me a favor.
Can you do it without, or can you ask without, well, quite frankly, informing him of everything?
I would tell him as little as possible. Maybe agree to share any information that we learn about the Kulathians while we're out there. Might get him to agree to let us borrow Bird Prey and its crew.
Give it a try, both of you. Come back and let me know what happens.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Meanwhile, we're going to cut over to sickbay to visit with the doctor. Doctor, as you're checking on one of your patients, the man in the Orion, he kind of comes to and mumbles, "If you have to warn her, I need to speak with Vera."
Warn her about what? Vera. Who's Vera?
And I need to get in contact with her. It's paramount. Do you know where she's at?
I don't know who that is. I can ask. What does she look like?
She's an Orion like me.
Orion. Oh, that can narrow it down some. I thought I saw someone in the corner of my eye. Was she near you recently? Did you see her today?
I haven't seen her in years. We
Okay.
did a job. I must warn her.
Warn her. Okay. You just relax. I will send a message. Nurse, will you come with me for a second? Nurse Riley?
Yes, doctor.
Hi. Yes. Hi. I'm going to keep an eye on him. If he gets more agitated, may have to seduce him. But we'll look for who he's looking for. But I'll start with Garibaldi. So keep an eye on him if you would. Understood. Dr. Mountain to Lieutenant Quinnix.
Where are we time wise? Is Garibaldi? It's still in the
You and
conference.
Vogel are getting ready to head to the Klingon Ambassador suite
Oh.
to speak with the Klingons.
Clinic's here, Doctor. I'm a little pressed for time. What can I do for you?
The woman you were with, was her name happened to be Vera?
Not that I know of.
Do you know of Vera? Anyway, the patient's awake and he's saying that he's trying to warn her about something. I thought it might be important to at least put it out towards you. He said she hasn't seen her for years. I'm not sure. I thought perhaps the Orion woman you were with might know Vera.
I can find out. In the meantime, once you have security, take a statement from him.
Understood. I will do so. Is there anything else I should know about this patient and his wounds?
Just keep an eye on him, Doc. He may have been responsible for a young woman being sold to an Orion slaver.
Oh, really? Is there evidence about this available?
Not right now. Still working on that one.
I hear you. Let me know if you find anything about this Vera person. I'll try to get you more information if I find out.
Thanks, Doc. I'll let you know what I find out.
All right, Doctor out. And I'll turn off the comm. And yes, keep an eye on him. Thank you. And I'm gonna have a security person come in to talk to them once he's feeling better. But I'll have them at least come here. Thanks, nurse. You did a great job during the surgery. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go check on Faye. Yes, give him a few more minutes. And then he needs to be questioned per Garibaldi's suggestion.
Also here for his protection, Doctor.
And his protection. Great. All right. Thanks. Nurse Frola, Faye, how are you?
Faye is still asleep.
How is she? He's looking at her temperature, core temperature, see if how the brain has been temperature wise.
It's elevating, but very slowly, more slowly than usual.
Okay, I'll take a look and see what's going on. Thank you for stabilizing her.
And she starts has a slight starts coughing a little bit.
All right. So I'm gonna scan her for her ailments. Her lungs, the coughing. Is there some sort of phlegm stuff? Is she all her organs still working?
Reason medicine difficulty of 2.
Thanks for leading some momentum. Can I use imaging systems as a focus? I want to get really into what's going on. I'll take it at cost.
You have xenobiology?
Xenobiology? No.
Or biology?
I have genetics. That's my closest biological.
I'll take imaging systems at a increased complication.
Okay. So let's see. I'll take 3 moment.
So you spend 3 momentum.
Yeah.
You get a momentum back. You notice that Faye's lungs aren't processing oxygen as it should. Like they look fully developed, but when you go deeper, part of them don't are either they appear to be damaged. And as a
Like
result,
not fully formed or something? Or not fully developed? Is that what
not
you
fully
mean?
developed. Go with that.
So immature lungs. Like
And
so huh.
it could be a genetic issue or a host of other reasons. But it appears like I know the word, it starts with an A. The like little tiny sacs, they're just not fully
There you
developed
go.
in yeah, they're not fully developed in her lungs. And her heart seems to not be pumping as fast as it should. Like it's at a more reduced rate.
Hmm. Interesting. All right. Do I know of a way to compensate for the current oxygen levels? Like a trioxide her to get
You could triox.
stabilize that, or
You could do a triox, and then there is another medication you can give her.
would that develop her lungs at all?
No. The other medication would help stabilize her cardiovascular system. Like
Oh,
her heart
okay.
and
We'll
stuff.
use the
Which is
appropriate one.
lectrazine.
Electrazine.
Lectrazine. I'll type it out.
Okay.
It's in the science book.
It's electric.
Lectralazine. Lectralazine.
We'll do the tracks for the immediate, and then we'll repair the cardiovascular system.
Well, the medication would stabilize her and help
All
her.
the things.
Yeah.
Nice.
You do that.
Dose myself with Triox.
Yeah. It starts helping. It has started having an immediate effect, and she starts breathing easier, and her heart starts beating normally.
Well, that's good. It's stabilizing even more now. That's her body's up to temperature. Well, let's just keep these thermal blankets on for a while longer, and make sure she maintains and slowly increases. We don't want to fry anything. But I'm just gonna give her some time, and then she has some options she could have about the other stuff.
So she's resting peacefully.
Thanks for
quite
I need a
welcome.
muffin. Maybe noodles. I don't know. Just something. He kind of he doesn't wobble, but he's pretty tired, and he kind of. Please let me know if there's anything I need to be aware of, nurses. You've done a great, excellent job today, and I appreciate you both. You've done good today. Thank you. And he nods at the security officer as he leaves. And he goes and looks at green stuff for a little while near the promenade.
After a while, Doctor, you find yourself with a hearty meal, and you head back to your cabin. And you notice on your computer terminal you have one message.
Well, I did today, I guess. I took the message.
It is from your sister Heather.
Ah. He opens it.
Dear brother, I'm glad to hear that you are doing well. As for the late response, I was busy on an expedition here on Vega. I do wish you would write more often, especially to Mom and Dad. But you are always the loner, and often busy in your studies. But I'm a bit perplexed about this Fey person you speak of so cheerfully. I have no child to speak of. While I had thoughts of starting a family of my own, my would-be husband left me and went back to Earth some time ago. For another woman of all things. Sorry, I'm getting carried away on that. I truly hope you find your answers, brother, but be careful with this Fey person. She isn't who she says she is. Oh, don't speak to this mom and dad. They may think you've gone crazy out there. Love, Heather. And with that, we will end the season 1 finale.